Hey everybody, welcome back to another adventure here inside Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. We are back, and oh boy, I needed about half an hour to clear my head and like plot and plan my next steps because uh, needless to say, everything just got a little out of chaos. But before I begin, I do want to say hi. Thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. We are officially doing this. This is now part 16 of Spirit of Justice, or the Ace Apollo Justice trilogy. I'll get it right yet. This is the 16th part. We are within the final 5 streams of this adventure. My initial goal, just as a brief recap for those that are just watching this and missed the forward before AJT part 16, basically, we are spreading things out a little bit more. I put too much peanut butter on my toast, and I want to make sure that I've got everything fully spread out. So, tonight we're going to be doing the first part of the Right of Turnabout, Investigation and Trial Day 1. There is going to be an investigation and trial day 2, but those will be covered in tomorrow, or I say tomorrow's stream, but what I really mean is Tuesday's stream, the next stream that'll be live. With that said, I want to briefly go over what we've been up to thus far. If by some sheer dumb luck, those of us that are watching live, this is the first stream that you're tuning in. First of all, Spirit of Justice takes place in the foreign kingdom of Khurain, which is a reverend kingdom full of spirit mediums, mystery, and a blatant disrespect for defense attorneys. This case was our introduction to the Khurainis trial, and yeah, there was a lot of puns that I almost threw up, but I didn't. I stuck it out and lived to tell another day. We then got a chance during the last stream to go back to the US to check in on Apollo Justice and Athena Sykes in the magical turnabout. While Apollo and Athena are in charge of the office, they end up getting involved in a case against Trucy where she ends up being targeted by a media mogul. Needless to say, that case hit a little too close to home for me, which partially prompted me to want to take things a little bit easier tonight. The other major reason is I basically had to redo all of my Switch capture system, but I won't get into that at this point. I'll talk about that another time. Tonight, however, we are officially dealing with a Rite-Ful reunion. Phoenix Wright will get to meet Maya Fey for the first time in years, and we will get to see just what our favorite spirit medium has been up to during her training over in the Kingdom of Khurain. Of course, it doesn't look like everything is what it seems, as we do have not one but 2 different murders that are involved in this case. First and foremost, we have 2 victims, which time of deaths for both of those end up being fairly close to each other. We're also in a new location that we've never seen before, and unsurprising to no one, our client is Maya Fey. I haven't really talked a lot about this, but this is a proper chance for us to get Maya on our side once again in the Apollo Justice trilogy. Maya, as you guys know, is a spirit medium who is currently in Khurain for training to master the Khurain spirit channeling technique. Phoenix, meanwhile, has been over there in the country for the last couple months to visit Maya and ends up in court yet again defending Maya per the usual. We have 2 victims for the first time in a long time. The first victim is a high priest of Khurain who was allegedly stabbed by Maya during the purification rite. The second victim, an acolyte, was also allegedly stabbed by Maya during the purification rite as well. The prosecutor is someone who we're all familiar with by now. Famous Chinese prosecutor who travels around the world taking on court cases. He comes back to his homeland along with a certain someone to help us out in the investigation stages. We're also going to be meeting with a couple other people, including an amnesiac man who claims to have seen the moment when Maya killed Trust while on a mountain, as well as a couple other characters that will be returning / will make a return in later parts. With that said, let's get into this, shall we? Again, we're just doing the first half of this tonight, and the first half takes a lot more time than the second half, I assure you. Even though on Strategy Wiki, the fourth part of this is split up into 2 parts, technically. With that said, it is my honor and pleasure to finally pick things back up with a brand new system, brand new everything. We are going to load things up for the 3rd session of Spirit of Justice. Enjoy. Episode 3, The Rite of Turnabout. Obviously, those aren't our victims. We begin on May 9th at 3:30 p.m. at Temple. And yes, if you thought the puns on the first episode were that bad, yeah, this episode's going to be a lot worse for you. Another fine day in the Kingdom of Khura'in. It's so peaceful here. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still. It sure was a rough start. Now to do what I came here to do. To see Maya. Her long ascetic training is finally coming to an end. But before it does, she said something about one last rite that she has to perform today. Mr. Wright! Haparaki! Hey, Elby. Haparaki. Oh, you've mastered the traditional greeting of Khura'in. I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Khura'in. Hats off to you guys. I don't know how you do it. And today's a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in the world than being able to pray to your heart's content. I can think of a few things I'd rather do. So, what makes today so special anyway? You mean you don't know? Today's a purification rite. It's only performed once a year. That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. I wonder what her role in it is. So, what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite? What? She didn't tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. It's only the most important role in the entire rite. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. Wow, it really is something. It really is. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. So, who's this Lady Kira you mentioned? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly to establish the kingdom of Krine. Let me stop you right there. Is something wrong? No, it's just... I got the feeling I'm in for a long story. Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell. Dodged a bullet there. Oh, right! You're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today! The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on this right with this. An English guidebook. Where did you dig this up from? I found it lying there in the temple library. I figured no one else is using it, so I borrowed it. Hey, this book belongs to Maya. See? There's her name on the back. I guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while, then. With that, the rights guide has been added to the court record. A guide to Kurani's rights written for tourists. Miss Maya should already be at the site where the rite is to take place. Let's go. To the Plaza of Devotion. I wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her. It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold, though. I think I can handle it. So, we have the option to talk to Albie, or to examine some various different things. But I think what we're going to be doing is just going to do one small thing. True to my word, I said that at least at some point in this game, I would be presenting my attorney's badge to at least a couple of different people, and Albie's dialogue is worth it. Wow, what a beautiful badge! It's the attorney's badge we use in my country. It kind of looks like a sunflower to me. Yep, and I'm pretty sure there's even a reason for it. Please do explain, Mr. Wright! Maybe next time. I should have known he'd ask me to explain. So, for some bizarre reason, the Ace Attorney fandom uses a sunflower pin in the local region of Phoenix Wright to designate that he's an attorney. The exact lore I have tried to scour all over for, but I have not actually been able to find. So, I am going to put it up on DMA Live as far as the whole lore behind the attorney's badge, and maybe see if I can find one for myself IRL. With that said, that's the only major thing that I wanted to present, so let's finally go to the Plaza of Devotion. It's so cold. It's like the air itself is made of ice. But look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted. Right. But couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer? This, too, is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Further up, at the end of those stairs, is the inner sanctum. I see. Everyone I've met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are! After all, Khura'in is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Khura'ini spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. What? 15? From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people. Oh, he's talking about those colorful strips of cloth. There's something written on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story's gonna have to wait for another time, Albie. Maya should be here any minute now. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Pardon me, O noble traveler. Miss Maya! Haparaki! Haparaki, Albie. And you, Mr. Wright. May the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Oh, thanks. Long time no see, Nick. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you could say that again. This is Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium from Khura'in village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time. But that was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. I sure miss those days. It was tons of fun being the real boss of Rite-Ful offices. Now she's here, training to be the leader of Crane Village and the master of her craft. Apparently, to become the master of the Crane channeling technique, you have to train here in Crane, since this is where the technique originated. Didn't I sound just like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad that's about all I learned from the training I did. You haven't changed a bit, Maya. Huh? And what's that supposed to mean? She may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside, she's the same old Maya. And I'm actually kind of glad for that. From here, we get a chance to speak with Miss Fey. I heard what happened, Nick. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused! But you should have seen Mr. Wright in action! He was amazing! I bet it was another of your famous seat off your pants come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour, so sue me. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Ouch. It definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So, I guess you finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Yep, I've completed the full 2 years. I can finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. Well, the high priest's wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. So the high priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all of her customs, but with your training, I'm sure you'll do great. You bet! Just you watch, Nick. I'm gonna be the best Lady Kira, guardian deity ever. Better throw in a few prayers for things to not end in a flaming disaster, then. So, about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today. What exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in a way that we think of him back home. She's a real person who fought to establish the Kingdom of Crane a long, long time ago. Wow. So she actually existed. And how the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in a sacred robe, she is a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. That sounds like something you'd be into. I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must be a really popular deity if all these people are here for her. Yep, but there's more to her than just her popularity this year. Wait, there's more? So, why is this rite attracting such a large crowd this year? Because there's been actual sightings, of the real deal. Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared, just like in the legends. And she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. You're kidding, right? They say it's only a matter of time till she gets their leader, the Revolutionary Dirk, too. So, Lady Kira's a rebel hunter now, huh? It's a bit hard to swallow, though. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life. I didn't believe it at first either. But there's a real picture of her on the front page of today's newspaper. Sightings of her go back about 2 years, but this is the first actual picture of her to ever be taken. I can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan? Like you, Myra? You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They've trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. A spirit possessing a piece of clothing? Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I gotta keep it real, right? I don't know what you're talking about, but that's definitely not me. You really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have grown really dull. There's even one that's drooping. Can we leave my hair out of this? Anyway, I swear that Lady Kira's people have been spotting it is a real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, I can't believe you really buy all that. Although, I do wonder who's under that robe. The newspaper from today, May 9th, has been added into the court record. But Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun. Talk about a Kira business strategy. Just admit it's you running around dressed as Lady Kira already. Guess the jig is up. What? Is it really you, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. What? Only a minion of the Defiant Dragons could see through my disguise. Now, hear my wrath, foul lawyer. Ow! Mr. Hyde? Just kidding. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the rite today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. I don't know. That was a pretty subtle left hook she just threw. Oh, You were just trying to be funny. You really had me going there for a second. No one can be that naive, right? Well, I hope you enjoy playing superhero at the Rite today. Oh, when you put it that way, I'm even more hyped about it now than I was already. Oh, I hear the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. I better get going. His footsteps? During the rite, he usually wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? Well, I'll see you later. I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, Maya. Miss Maya is always so bright and cheerful. Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. As in, at all. I wonder if this means her training's been all for naught. Well, I hope not. Ha! It's Acolyte Zealot! Acolyte Zealot? Look! He's the one praying in the red and saffron robe! He's a disciple of the High Priest, Abonomy, and lives and trains at his house. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? Yeah, I could never do that. It's happening! The purification rite is about to begin! So that's the sacred robe Maya will be wearing during the rite. 1 sec. Click. Alright. Got the thumbnail for today. It looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it. Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the High Priest's ankles. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. Okay, now let's see. First, I kneel down and cross my ankles. Then I bow forward. Ouch! Great. All I can see is the ground. And my back is killing me. You really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a sec. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rites requires we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. That's 2 whole days. I don't feel so... Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? Somebody help! Sir, right? Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright! Please, you have to get up! Ouch, my aching. Huh? Ollie? Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. I guess I passed out from the back pain. They must have carried me all the way here. Something's terrible has happened. It's Miss Maya. She's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Something must have happened while I was passed out. Miss Maya's... She's been arrested! Wait, what? Where's Maya? Just take it easy, all right? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go! Maya! Nick, I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't. Quiet, you. Come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second. What on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, Back off, officer! Emma? Emma Skye? What is she doing and crying? I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright, but we're placing Maya under arrest. All right, take her down to the station, but with respect. Got it? Yes, ma'am. So, what are you doing and crying, Emma? It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing here and crying, Mr. Wright? Same here. It's a long story. But we can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know about what's happened. Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of a high priest. Wait, the high priest was murdered? Unfortunately, true to my fashion, something happens and Maya gets arrested for murder. Well, might as well talk about what happened. What happened, Emma? Please, tell me everything you can. Well, basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim is trusting me, the high priest who was presiding over the rite. Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day's passed since the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. I never knew my back's like a ticking time bomb. I better take care of it. The murder took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. The inner sanctum? It's a place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there and up at the top of the mountain stairs just beyond. Oh, so that's why everyone is offering their prayers in that direction. Happened to me and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite. Just after they finished the prayer, you fainted in the middle of. So, who do you think killed the high priest? Unfortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public. So then, only the high priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred. Right. Plus, the inner sanctum is on the side of a very steep mountain. The only way up there is that staircase that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. So that's why she's been arrested. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She is the one who told the worshippers on the plaza that the high priest was dead. And she made a police statement to that effect. So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. Makes it even less likely that someone else was over the crime scene. Mr. Wright, sir, are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course. There's no way that she killed anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. But this is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who'd have thought you'd have to take on that horrible court again? Tell me about it. I never thought I'd have to go through another trial, where the divination seance determines all, and defense lawyers are unwelcome. But enough about the case. What the heck, Emma? What are you doing out here? So, what brings you here, Emma? Back in the U.S., I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Crying. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time. Yeah, I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far. Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time he'll have one in a major city somewhere. It sounds like this prosecutor's taken a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's It's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with him overseas. I wonder. He's calm and kind and almost has a smile on his face. But it's hard to tell what he's really thinking. This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled Trucy's case? Yes, he is! I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one, too? Yes, Prosecutor Sadmati has already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmati? Polkuka! Wait, you know him, Obi? Of course, everyone at Karin does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Prosecutor Sadmati, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. But it's my job to, as a lawyer. Oh, right. Sorry. Just great. Prosecutor is also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial is shaping up to be even more uniquely Karinese than the last one. I'm not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. Yeah, I heard Apollo had a real tough time, so I better give it everything I got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor somebody mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? Aren't you sure? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the enemy? Well, he did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in the last trial. Let's just say I'll help where I can. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? Prosecutor Sadmati sounds pretty strict. So, first things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press, it's a High Priest's autopsy report. Oh, thank you. Hot off the press indeed. Just the thing that I need in this cold area. The Trust's autopsy report. Wait. Don't tell me that's a double pun. Abbott, Trust, and me. Oh, Jesus H. Christ. How did I miss that in my notes? Oh, that's a double whammy right there if I ever did see one. The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's warbot dagger. It's used during the rite, however. The dagger has yet to be found. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger. Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. And isn't that rebel hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? Of course. Hers must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for me to go and take a look at the crime scene, Emma? The police have already wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm to mount a viable case. All right, then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sadmati and the police later. Thanks, Emma. You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Is it really that bad? Wonder if my back can handle it. You get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to step foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh well, guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they going to go home? The customs of this rite require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't faze them to have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. Wow. I guess this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, huh? One more thing. There's also some special dialogue for Emma if we present the attorney's badge to her. Congrats on your return to the legal world. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but I never had the chance. Thanks, Emma. And congratulations to you, too, on becoming a forensic investigator. Thanks. Oh, I know. Let's celebrate by testing your attorney's badge for fingerprints. Or how about we do a luminol test on it? I think I'll pass on both, but thanks. And I guess there is one last thing that I want to note. So Emma and Albie are not going to be going to the inner sanctum. So our only goal is to just head over there. We can go to the detention center, but Maya's still likely being questioned at this point. Therefore, inner sanctum it is. Oh, it's really high up. Really, really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I better get started while I can still feel my fingers. Hmm? Who's that? It kind of looks like... Um, excuse me. Ah, it's you! Do you even know where you are, Barbed Head? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, Your Benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in cryonism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Quiet! You dared to find fault with my insights at every turn the other day. She's still sore about that trial? Obviously, Rafa is impeding on the investigation, but let's have a little chat with her and catch up about things. As you know, Your Benevolence, a murder has occurred, and I need to investigate, but we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she is a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So, can you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big, phony balonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bid for prestige. Ugh, seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise, thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred hall of justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence, then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people out, anyway? My mother and father. Do you have any issue with their parental guidance? No, I would never dare criticize a royal couple. I still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred. Oh! I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbed Head. Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in her eye? So, what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move, so as to prevent any misdeeds, naturally. What? You want to follow me around this entire time? Of course, not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objections, understood? She can't do this to me. What was that, barbed head? Oh no, that's nothing. Very well then. Let us get this investigation over with. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, barbed head. I am a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Kharain. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. The blood of battle? If it's that big of a problem, why don't you head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise. No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing. What now? Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time, my insights shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for a defeat, most bitter lawyer. I will. Now, can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. I better hurry up and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. So, we are now officially in the proper investigation. And there's various different things that we can investigate or present to Rafa, who's going to be tagging along begrudgingly with this investigation. Starting off, we do get the chance to talk once again about the inner sanctum, but I won't really get into that until later, I believe. Yeah, I'm just double checking, make sure that I've got my notes all straight up here. All right. So we're going to first examine some things. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to examine this leftmost lantern. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. It's a lantern. It's still lit. Of course it is. The sacred flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately. So that's why they're outfitted with glass wind guards. Still, I better keep my distance, just in case. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here that night? The rite is performed by the light of the full moon, because moonlight is a purifying force. I see. No touching! I wasn't going to! Criminy, this one's snippy. This mountain face is like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison? Way up there? It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits. I'm feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up there. The fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. What an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira. Do you see that red mark upon her brow? That is a character for death in Chinese. It's a mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, Your Benevolence. So did the High Priest. The High Priest's marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the Cronist clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple. So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? So the autopsy report has been updated into the court record. Is that a weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the rite. It is made to resemble a warbod, the bird Lady Kira fashions herself after. So the dagger is a weapon that took the High Priest's life. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask. I get the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. I should definitely ask the princess for more details later on. Let's take a closer look, shall we? So we zoom into this centralized area, and we see a robe on the ground. Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe? Oh, Holy Mother! Lady Kira's robe is... I know how you feel, but we should leave it as it is to preserve the crime scene. You imbecile! This is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore. It is? What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough! If I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. The foul murderer shall not get away with this. It is tough to see a picture of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. It even looks like it's been mended a number of times. This robe kind of smells. How dare you insult such a sacred piece of clothing like that? No, I meant that it smells like incense. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with sacred incense. So if this still smells like incense now, the scent must have been stronger the night when the victim was killed. It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that from? An old legend. Wait, does that mean that the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper is a real deal? Nah, that's crazy talk. Whoa! This is blood. This is a statue of a warbod, the bird of which Lady Kira based her appearance. And all of this blood is from the High Priest, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue and hoped that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace. Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. But there's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. A blood-stained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps. But it's written in Chinese, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Once a flame is lit, then... will be... simply impossible to read. Wait! What is it? This stamp in the lower right! It's a mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons. The rebel group? What's it doing here? Is there some kind of connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Bloodstained letter has been added into the court record. Looks like that about does it for this area. During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. The ritual curtain has been added into the court record. So the entrance was closed, meaning no one could get in. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. And therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. Oh, so the inner sanctum is like her private bathroom. Indeed. So see to it that you keep it clean. Right. This flap in the center acts as a ritual curtain's door, but that's about it. Yeek! And what was that shrill scream for just now? It's just, I'm afraid of heights. Didn't notice it as I was climbing up, but now that I can see all the way down, well, I guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. There's something hanging off this ritual curtain here. These look like those prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion. Except they're arranged like no prayer flags I've ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now. There is something written on a piece of it. Donated by Trust Me. It seems this piece is from a donation Abonami made at some point. So Sanctum prayer flags have been added to the court record. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look at it when I'm in a better spot. Bruh! I've looked at that from like 2 different points of view. How am I supposed to look at that? Oh. One more rotation around the left, and then look at the broken lantern. I think I better go take a closer look. This lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken. Damaged? Was this your doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt that you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look, you'll see. There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite? The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. The snow has obviously been cleared away here, and the lantern is broken. I still have that camera I brought to take pictures of my trip. I should snap one of this area here, just in case. The inner sanctum photo has now been added to the court record. Nothing else particularly interesting here. This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over the curtain. Well, up I go. Wow. What an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind. Get down from there this instant! Right, sorry. I'll be right down. Looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. I guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. The statue of a bird. I guess I'll take a closer look at it. Look! The bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella. Are you the one who took it? Of course not! This statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage to it is to be expected. I shall ask my mother to have it repaired. No wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I were always treated like this. I don't think we'll find anything else of interest around here. Now let's have a quick chat with Rafa. Could you tell me about this place, Your Benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it? You ill-mannered! I am the Crown Princess of Karain. There's nothing I do not know. Nina! Whoa, where'd she come from? Hey, no cheating! Silence, barbed head. Nina's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion. What is she, your pocket internet? The spring where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body is a blood of battle. And today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origin back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in this sacred water lends one courage for the next battle. I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation. Commoners are normally barred from here, except for the day of the rite. Who normally controls access to this place? The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. The High Priest and his family, huh? Could you tell me about the High Priest and his family? Abbot Ami lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte Perezalat. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. For those descended of Her Holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? I should probably talk with the High Priest's wife and Acolyte Zayla later, too. So could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. What happened to you need but ask. Nina! Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister. But unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. A dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps a peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. For our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by the insurgent Dirk. So Lady Kira played a role akin to the police, huh? So what's with the bird imagery?
Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbird. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to Karain.
I see. And what about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is?
I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot.
So even Princess Rafa doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? That about does it for the inner sanctum. I should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion and let Emma know I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. So, true the word, we move back to the Plaza of Devotion. Okay. Had to make sure everything was set up correctly. All right, back to the Plaza of Devotion we go. Wow, they're still praying.
The religious devotion of our people is a pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I will say this. This level of devotion is certain to be respected. Now to find Emma. You there. Wait. I want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me? And do I know you? Well, I'm Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer. No, no! I want to know if you know who I am. Huh? How should I know? I've never seen you before. This guy's acting really strange. I wonder if he has amnesia or something. I should talk to him a little more, just in case he's connected to this case somehow. Are you having trouble remembering who you are? Heck, I'm sorry if I offended you. Thought I was gonna pull a weapon on me. He's just pulling some snack out one after another. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important.
Do you know this man or something, Barbed Head?
No, I've just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira?
You know of Lady Kira? Then you are Chinese, I take it.
Maybe. Wait, are those lizards he's eating? What, you want one? No, thanks. I just ate. Now I remember. I get a load of this. Well? Well, what?
I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss.
No good, huh? I guess I'll try somebody else.
And he's gone. So, who was that man and what did he want, Barbed Head?
I wish I knew.
Hey, Mr. Wright!
Ah! What now?
What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I?
Oh, no, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you that I investigated the crime scene. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation of the inner sanctum approved.
Oh, it was fine. Prosecutor somebody gave us okay straight away.
He seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor.
He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself. And that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do.
He must be feeling very confident about his case. Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up.
I figured. That's why I prepared a little gift for you. Here, I thought it might help you with your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were all confiscated at the airport.
Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy.
Oh, also I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you.
Thanks. All of this will definitely help come in handy. So this is what the High Priest's body looked like after the murder. I'll keep this along with the picture I took of the crime scene. So Inner Sanctum photo has been updated in the court record with a new photo.
Oh yeah! They're done questioning Maya.
Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya. She must be feeling pretty lonely. I should let her know that I'll be defending her too.
Oh shoot, look at the time. I have to get going.
You sure seem busy.
That's because His Imperial Holiness is a real slave driver.
His ephemeral holiness?
Prosecutor Samani. He's like the world's hardest riddle wrapped in a flowery sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type of thing, you know? Like, he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his.
This Prosecutor Samani sounds like he's used to holding some serious clout.
Ugh, I have such bad luck with prosecutors. First it was a glimmerous flop. Now I'm finally rid of that grating, bling-loving aerophile. I get this guy. Oh no, now I'm really going to be late. He'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. I'll see you later.
He makes her listen to sutras? Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too.
She does not appreciate Prosecutor Sabmani's sutras? What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion.
I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma's not even a Cronist. With this, we can now move to Krini's detention center. And we meet up with Maya, and Rafa, of course, is here as well.
Nick! I knew you'd come!
Maya, she sure looks tired. How are you holding up?
It wasn't me, but no one will believe me. Ugh.
I have to admit, I'm still a bit in a shock. Who'd have thought she'd get caught up in something like this? And so far from home. But I'm going to defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together.
This is all my fault. I mean, you came to Crying just to visit me. We hadn't seen each other in ages, and then this happens.
I haven't seen her this down in ages either. Come on, remember who you're talking to. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now.
I guess you're right. And you've saved me each and every time.
Yep. So just tell me everything you can, and let's go from there.
Barbed head! Stop stalling and go straight to the matter of true import. We know she is a murderer, therefore it is time for her confession. Your benevolence! What brings a royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now, out with it. Confess to your crime.
Please, your benevolence. Could you please take it down a notch or three? Maya, please tell me what you can. I know this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help.
Sure, okay.
Obviously, we get a chance to go through and talk with Maya about everything. Starting off with the incident.
I didn't kill the High Priest. I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. Abbot Amy was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that? He sounds like a really good person. I think I would have liked him. He was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife was a master of Chinese cuisine. I'd never eaten better in my life. It's like they were her family. And home away from home in this foreign land. They must have been a source of comfort, while with being here for training all alone. But what? I can't completely deny the charge either. Huh? As I suspected, the snake has shown her true colors at last. Your benevolence, please. I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. So what do you mean you can't completely deny the charge? Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really, really sleepy. Next thing I knew, Abbot and me was, You suddenly got sleepy? So then you didn't actually see the High Priest get murdered? No, I didn't, but if I was possessed by some crazed spirit while I was asleep, then... What an excuse. How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? Be honest, what you call training is but an extended vacation in reality. And that training here is simply for prestige. No, it's not like that at all. I'm training to become the master of the crane channeling technique. A neophyte practitioner such as you become a channeling master? I think not. The spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you. Rafa seems to really hate fakers, but Maya does actually have the power to channel spirits. I should let Rafa know. Your benevolence, I wouldn't exactly call Maya a neophyte because she can already wait, Nick. What? Can I talk to you for a second? Why is she whispering all of a sudden? I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll, explain later. Just keep it a secret for now, okay? Just keep it a secret for now, okay? If you say so. What's that all about? What is all that whispering about over there? Oh, it's nothing, really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Rafa's not around. Oh, I almost forgot! Nick! Yes? About Abbot Amy's murder. There was something I noticed that I thought strange. Oh? So, what was it that you noticed? Well, you probably won't believe me, but why don't you let me be the judge of that? Okay, so you know that spring? The spring? You mean the pool in front of the Warbot statue? Yes, that. The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red. Oh, that? Yeah, I saw it too. You did? Yeah, the High Priest's blood turned red. What? No, that's not what I mean! The spring was red before he was killed. What? Wait, so it was already red? Even before the High Priest was killed? Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says. What ancient legend? The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes, anyway. Hold on. Yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water runs red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off the water. I don't think that was it, though. Ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. With that, Maya's statement is added to the court record. Nick? Yes? So, actually, there's one more thing. What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over her benevolence, like she's worried what Rite-Ful will think. There's something I want to show you. There is? I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to. Is this a letter? It's in Chinese. See that stamp on the far left at the end of the letter? Does it look familiar? This red stamp here. That's the mark of Lady Kira. Oh, right. It looks just like the mark on her forehead. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. Why, this is... What? What does it say? Do not perform the rite. I know what you are planning. Lady Kira. That sounds like a threat, or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too, Nick. Do you think... Oh, wait. First, there's that ancient legend. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. And now there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus, with the Warbow Dagger being eyed as a murder weapon... Don't tell me. That's why she has to be the real deal. It just gives me chills thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed a sacred robe or something. Don't tell me. You actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. But, you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal. Yeah, yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming have come to an end. Oh, boy. I'm going to keep it real from now on, and you should too, Nick. I thought you said I was a boring one because I was keeping it real. Sorry, I guess I've outgrown that step-ladder argument we always have. I think you mean ladder, Maya. Oh, the flashbacks of the original trilogy where they had a huge debate and debacle about the step-ladder deals. That is a perpetual thing that has been a thing throughout all of the Ace Attorney trilogy games thus far. Keeping it real is the last thing that we have for this round of questioning. So, what do you mean by keeping it real? Oh, so you know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? Oh, you mean the rebel hunter Lady Kira in the papers? Yeah, that one. I think that's who probably sent this warning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that Abinami was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop! Eek! The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves his kingdom. And it is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the High Priest. I guess it's only natural for Princess Rite-Ful to see it that way, but I can't let it go at that. Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place? Well, I haven't figured out that one yet. I rest my case. Still, if this rebel hunter had a compelling enough reason, they might have killed the High Priest after he ignored the warning. You big dummy! You can't fool me! It was you who forged that warning letter. You're trying to shed your guilt onto the most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it. No! I would never do such a thing! Now, your beloveds. Let's try to remain rational about this. Maya, did you show that letter to the police? No. I was afraid it would anger everybody needlessly, so I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. And judging by her benevolence's reaction, I'd say that Maya was right to be worried. Wait, what are... There are a number of places on this letter where there are 3 holes in a row. Are they supposed to be some sort of message, too? Not that we'll be finding out anytime soon, I suspect. All right, accused, wrap it up. I guess they have more questions for me. Yeah, at least I have a better idea of what we're up against now. Nick? There's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time. What are you talking about? It's just, you know that they have the Defense Culpability Act here in Crying, right? Well, if I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with abetting a criminal. Maya, thanks for thinking of me, but... Don't worry, Maya. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we? Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know. True, but I've been through one trial here already. So I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one no matter what. Because I believe in your innocence. Yeah, I know. We've always won because of your faith in me. Right, that's right. So it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express. Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you later. Oops. Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then it will be too late to ask for mercy. We're going to beat this charge, you'll see. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken, but I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait, don't tell me you don't know what a Freedom Express refers to. Of course I know. Do not presume to know what I do not know. I'm no closer to understanding why someone would want the High Priest dead. But given the use of the Warbot dagger and the existence of the warning letter, I'd say the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira is a real prime suspect. It might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. I wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is go someplace where locals like to gather. There is one last little bit of dialogue that I want to present before I go on over to where Phoenix suggests. Why is that warning letter comprised of paper cutouts? Probably because the author wanted to hide their identity. It's not a common technique these days, what with the spread of computers and printers. We have such modern conveniences here in Crying, too. I'm sure you do. Not that I've ever actually seen any of them. So, that's something to note. They do have technology, computers, laptops, internet. They have that here. And yet this was very specifically written in the old classic style of basic, like, newspaper clippings to form the letters. Reading the description, it literally says what we heard from the interview. Do not perform the rite. I know what you are planning. Signed, Lady Kira. Also, we have my statement, which the spring water was already stained red when we arrived at the inner sanctum on the day of the rite. Both of those might be important things to note. And I'm taking a quick second here to double check through anything that we might want to look at. So Lady Kira returns to battle rebels. The Lady Kira-like figure that appeared 2 years ago remains a mystery. Some town elders see her as Lady Kira in the flesh. Such rumors are fueling the enthusiasm for today's purification rite. The thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the plaza of devotion until yesterday has melted. The rite can now go on as planned. We give thanks for the blessings of the Holy Mother and Lady Kira. Haparaki. And then police are asking the kingdom's subjects to be on the lookout for a male insurgent who escaped from Royal Penitentiary number 4 yesterday. Those points might be useful to keep note of. Also, the purification rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Poniponi. It begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture, while a priestess dons the robe of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. Next is a rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with a rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noontime. So basically, the whole thing is a fancy way for Lady Kira to take a bath once a year. Must be nice to be here. So the only place of congregation that we can go to that might have some help is the bazaar. But I hate to say it. Before we get to the bazaar, I need to take a quick intermission. So we're going to save this in this time slot. And we're going to go to intermission. When we come back, we will be continuing right where we left off. Back in a few. Whoops. Hang on. I need that button first. There we go. Back in a few. Alrighty, and we are back. You're getting things ready to go. I had a chance to get up, grab a snack, grab some drinks, and most importantly, I think I've had the lights on, but I must have bumped them off. Hang on a minute. I'm gonna reach on over here, hit the button to turn them back on. There we go. So, we are more than halfway through this investigation of sorts, and well over a third of the way through our adventure tonight. We are planning on doing another quick break following this investigation, and we'll be doing one more break, I believe, in Trial Day 1. I believe there's a recess here. No. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. 4 bits of testimony, including the insight that we have to go through and sort out. I think most of this is fairly straightforward. It's all just reading dialogue and whatnot. But, you know, what I really needed most was just some water. Making sure that I've got this all good and golden. And now that I've had my water, let us turn back to the game, shall we? Need my controller first, which is hanging out over here. Alright. So we're going to go double click to bring us back on over there. And we're here. We are here on that. And we pick things up where we left off. May 10th in the Kingdom of Crine Bazaar.
I guess the bazaar is as good a place to start as any. Now, who should I...
I see. So that is what a Freedom Express is.
Consulting her pocket internet again, I see.
Mr. Wright!
That sounds like...
Is Miss Maya okay? I believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it.
Do you now, boy?
Pokruka! Your benevolence!
You mustn't trust in lawyers, you. Are you not the accused from the last trial? What's wrong, Albie?
Your benevolence speaks with the,
You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name?
Yes, your benevolence. I'll be your guide, your benevolence.
Know this, Albie. Your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. I wish you'd stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash.
Please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man, and I trust him as a lawyer.
What's this?
I'm sorry. Forgive my insolence.
If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, can it only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day?
Ooh. Mr. Wright, her benevolence is sunk under the ground.
She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Of course not. I'm always glad to help.
So, we go to our resident source of Cryonism himself. I'll be your guide. Ends up helping us out in getting some key information on this case. First and foremost, let's talk a little bit about this rebel hunter, shall we? So, what have you heard about the rebel hunter that was in the newspaper?
Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's a modern-day Lady Kira.
So they're treating this rebel hunter like the mysterious protector of the people, huh?
People have been on edge recently
with that jailbreak and stuff. I sure hope they catch that escaped prisoner soon. Escaped prisoner?
Yeah, he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured.
So there's a hardened criminal on the loose. That is bad news.
Yes, but the modern-day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes some pretty big, scary rebels all by herself.
Yeah, that's not exactly something that just anyone can do. Someone that strong could have easily overpowered and killed the High Priest. And what about that escaped prisoner, Albie? So what's the escaped prisoner supposed to be like?
They say he's a vicious fiend who serves as Dirk's right-hand man.
Dirk? As in the leader of that rebel group?
Yes, the escapee serves as Triple Master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner is a former soldier, and that he wields a big scary knife. Rumor has it he's a cold-blooded killer to boot.
He sounds like a really dangerous man.
He is, but the police still can't find him, even after an extensive search.
Wait, I remember hearing about a prison.
There's a prison at the apex of this mountain.
A prison? Way up there? The prison is at the top of the Inner Sanctumus Mountain, right? How did he even break out?
No one really knows. He supposedly did without any tools to speak of, too.
Some say he must have fallen to his death.
Personally, I like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like a terrible incident might happen again.
A terrible incident? What was that about a terrible incident, Albie?
It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was rebel leader Dirk who did it. Wait, the previous queen was assassinated? That's kind of unsettling. Oh, it was a terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen? Only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take their queen seriously here. Like god-worshipping level serious. It really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate one. Those defiant dragon rebels were not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why, with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows whom they might kill next? So that's why the people of Karian are so afraid of that escapee. And why they want the rebel hunter to take him out, along with the other rebels. So, is there anything else you can tell me about the rebel hunter Lady Kira, Albie? I was just thinking there was something else, but what was it? Oh, yeah! Here! What is it? A shadow it. Why, that's a warbird arrow. Feeling better now, Your Benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself. For I'm the Crown Princess of Karain. Now, let me see that boy. Yes, Your Benevolence. It looks very much like one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. Three-pronged arrow. I could swear I've seen something resembling that arrowhead recently. Where did Shadow find it, Albie? Near Abedemi's house. Near the victim's house, huh? Something tells me I better look into this. With that, the warbot arrow has been added to the court record. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Yes, of course! Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? And his wife is the one who usually plays a part of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite. I should probably talk to her, too. So Albie gives Phoenix the arrow, in which Shadow, the dog, has found. It's a warbot arrow. Rafa seems to have recovered and takes the arrow. A three-pronged arrow, and it looks just like the legendary weapons that Lady Kira once used. It was found near the victim's house, and the warbot arrow has been added to the court record. Phoenix decides to have Albie take him to the High Priest's house, which is exactly where we're going to go. And come to think of it, we've been here before. This is the same place where we were brought to after our back caused us to pass out. We see a woman standing in front of the altar. So this is where the High Priest lived. Wait a minute. This is where they brought me when my back gave out. And the woman in front of that altar, she must be the High Priest's wife. Excuse me. Yes, may I help you? I was hoping to speak with the High Priest's wife. Are you her? Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Believe. Oh my, your benevolence. Please, be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss. You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the Royal Priestess has come to visit us. Yes. What's that? Oh, of course. She's talking with this funeral picture? My husband, too, is delighted that the Royal Priestess has graced us with her presence. You can speak with Abedemi? No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can wait till later, dear. Yeah, she's definitely speaking with him. Yeah, no kidding. So, your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under suspicion, you see. A friend of yours? So then, you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? That's right. I'm sorry, but I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. Abedemy and his wife were once the closest and most loving couples in Crying. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. Well, she did just lose the love of her life. It would be incredibly insensitive of me to force answers out of her right now. But I do need to talk to her if I want to learn more about the High Priest. Plus, there's a warbot arrow that I'll be found near the house. There's too much I need to find out for me to just leave here. Would it be okay if I stayed here for a little while? Barbed head! Have you not been listening to a word I said? Look, your benevolence, I'm sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. So what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please, let me talk to my husband about this. Yes. I know. No, don't. Not in front of the royal priestess. Now, if you would excuse me. What the heck were they even talking about? You have but poured salt on her wounds. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised. Ugh! I was just trying to help Maya's case. I didn't mean to hurt Mrs. Amy. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do! But I'm also desperate for information. So, what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind. Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. I guess I should watch what I touch then, just in case Princess Rite-Ful gets mad at me. Ah, I got a ping on my... Cool. I got pinged on my Discord, and that... Thankfully, that did not come up on cast or the recording, but that was sure as heck loud, because I don't know why my stream mode should be on. What? Okay. So... we have various different things we can examine. Firstly, I want to look at this painting over here. Oh, what a magnificent altar. Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother, after all. The Holy Mother? Is she the faceless figure there? Such insolence! How do you not know who Her Holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? So sorry, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are so despised. Now, listen well. Depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of Koreanism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. And that includes members of the royal family. Wow, there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can't know what she looks like. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. That's Herbal. Senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a foreign land. Wanted for crimes against the kingdom, considered armed and dangerous.
So he's ex-military, huh? His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured.
His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. A note of the wanted poster has been added into the court record.
Is something wrong?
The bounty is 3 million damas, money that comes out of the people's tax payments. I shall have it lowered to about 1 million damas.
You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare.
Unexpectedly? How rude. Nina has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value its people come to ruin. As a crown princess, it is only natural that I care for my people.
How about sending some of that kindness this way?
Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and paid taxes to our kingdom, that is.
Oh, well, it was worth a shot. It looks like a waste paper basket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. There are 3 holes in a row near the top. Now, where have I seen holes like these before?
Scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature, indeed.
What does it say here? Say what you will, but I've got a job to do.
It says to the high priest. You cannot even read? You are even more pitiful than I had thought.
Thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. Guess I should have studied some crinies before I came. So the envelope was addressed to the high priest, huh? But it's empty. Still, there's something about it. I better hang on to it. A poster of the mountains. Oh, the Inner Sanctum Mountain is featured against one of the other towering peaks.
Those beautiful mountains are known as a roof of Karain. Yeah, and I see they have even included Mount Pony Pony in that poster.
Mount Pony Pony? Is that the smaller peak to the left?
Known as a Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Is it not also beautiful? But I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as you cannot perceive such beauty.
No, that's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. The mountain range poster has been added into the court record. What show is this?
It is a plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm. It is based on Lady Kira and the #1 action hero show in Karain.
The Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm?
Yes, it is an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom.
I'm not so sure about its originality, given its overall look and that theme song.
Is something the matter?
Well, it's just... we have an action hero show back home that's really similar to this. I'm guessing this shows why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one from Maya's favorite show. Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular action hero series filmed right in LA. Set in a city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in mortal combat against his nemesis, the Evil Magistrate. Maya's collected DVDs and merchandise for that series as long as I've known her. The Plumed Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai.
The Plumed Punisher originated here, in Karain. Is that clear, Barbed Head?
Yes, your benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. Yes. poster. Paper packet. I'm just double checking, make sure we've got everything that I want to look at. This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you have never heard of Kachidamal? I've heard people describe it as Chinese chess. So, two players take turns moving their pieces in a bit to capture the other's king? Not quite. In Kachidamal, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special moves? Sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. There's a steel samurai patch on this bag. Guess the bag must be Maya's. She probably left it here while she was performing that rite. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart, and simply waiting shall not change that. Can't we just wait a little longer? Or if she'll ever open up. Oh, you're still here. Lady Believe. Mrs. Emmy, do you think you're ready to talk? Is it okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Believe, you do not have to speak to this lawyer if it is not your wish. No, it's quite all right. If my husband were still with us, he would say, "As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help to find the truth, then ask whatever you may." Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Wait, did Miss Simi call herself lovely just now? Well, whatever are you waiting for? Ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. Ugh, it's really difficult. Did anybody have a grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Really now? Why surprised am I not? These are Cyclops. This means Mrs. Zimmy is trying to hide something from me. This is a Magatama Maya gave me all those years ago. And it has a really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something. It allows me to see the Cyclops that are holding that person's mind shut. Whenever I see any, I only have to present the Magatama to try and unlock them. Unlocking them all usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone. Now, special thing to note about Cyclops. This is Phoenix Wright's special ability, and unlike some of the games in the past, we do have a number of limited tries in this as well. Some of the games, it's kind of hit or miss. I believe there wasn't many in the last game, but in this one, you could easily have an issue where you won't get any new information if you fail too many times. With that said, we are officially going into the Cyclops break. Cyclops. He appeared when I asked her whether anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean Mrs. Amy thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's stir the pot a bit and see what happens. Mrs. Amy, I may have an idea who your husband's real killer it might be. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. I believe the escaped prisoner killed your husband. He probably thought that your husband would get in the way of his escape plan. But were that the case, wouldn't Maya have been slain as well? Oh, you're right. Guess I better find someone else with a possible motive. So you see, Maya must have been the killer. No, it had to have been someone else. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. It was a rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone is talking about her. I know not of what you speak. Really? Because she even made the front page recently. I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I? Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kira would kill Abbott and me. This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. Ugh! This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the high priest, didn't it? And how do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband ever did either. Sorry, but I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband. What's that? It's an envelope, addressed to the high priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, was it not? Ugh! What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second. Don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? I think there just might be something that links the envelope to the warning letter. There is? Yes. And that proof is right here on the warning letter. This spot on the warning letter proves that it was delivered in that envelope. The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. And if you fold the letter in thirds and place it inside the envelope... Ugh! As for what made the holes, I believe it was this. They were made by this warbot arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the high priest, and delivered to your husband on the points of this arrow. Eek! Are you ready to tell me the truth now? I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent. Then why did you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. I guess it makes sense. If the rebel hunter was after him, I can see how people might at least suspect. We are a Quranist kingdom. As such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Quranism itself. Your husband was a devout priest of Quranism, and you feared that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public. Yes, that makes sense. But is it the honest truth?
What if the High Priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him, but still. This just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. Could you tell me a little more about this warning? It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed.
It was by the side of your bed?
Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight. And yet, someone still managed to slip in.
Oh.
It was so frightening, wasn't it, dear?
But you didn't contact the police because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel.
That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Trust would still be alive today.
Oh, lovely wife, do not fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone.
Barbed head! That is quite enough.
Yes, you're probably right. Mrs. Amy, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time.
Don't be silly. I'm happy if I have helped.
Your benevolence, may you swiftly shine light upon the truth.
Barbed head, you seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion.
I'm in no position to disprove at this point. If only I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about happened to me would be Maya. But they might be done questioning her by now. Maybe I should stop by the detention center.
My mother has said what? It seems I must go.
Did something happen?
Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the High Priest's passing, and that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein.
Her Eminence has so decreed, has she?
Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. No, it is only natural, considering his material service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany there at once, Lady Belieb.
Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted, too. How wonderful you, Mrs. Amy. A direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite an honor.
Barbed head, you are coming as well.
But I don't have much time left to investigate.
As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now come along.
Arguing this point will probably just make things worse for me. I better let her have her way this time. And with that, we automatically move to the Garan Palace audience chamber.
Welcome, Lady Belieb.
Oh, is this the Queen of Karain?
What is wrong with you, barbed head? Show some respect.
Huh? Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself?
No, it is quite all right. Stay as you are. Mother, Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband.
His exemplary service decree deserves to be honored.
Oh, but what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Belieb. May my prayer comfort your soul, and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, Your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I. Now that is what I call a commanding presence. So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks. Yes, Your Eminence. I'm so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence. Did I overdo it? I have no idea how to talk to a queen. Huh. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Belieb, let us go to the chamber of prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother.
Wow. Queen is seriously something else. The prayer of lament, huh? Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Ministering, Huh? Who are you, buddy?
Nice to see you again, Minister Inga.
Again? Have we met?
I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day.
All right. Blue suit, jacket, hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two.
Your daughter?
Yeah, Rafa.
He is Princess Rafa's father? So he's Queen Garon's husband.
You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too?
Well, the accused is a good friend of mine.
Like I said last time, you better watch yourself, see?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
That would be... You want to question me?
That would be great.
You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play along a bit. But I got things to do, see? So we'll have to talk while I work.
Okay. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case, too.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. But it's gonna be different this time. I've got Crying's top prosecutor on this one, see?
I don't care who I go up against. I'm going to prove my client innocent.
Well, you haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused.
How could I forget?
You lawyers are all the same. You stretch your stuff until the DC Act comes down hard. Then you'll start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you.
Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. So were you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm going to force the thing. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade like falsified evidence. But it's turned out to be quite handy. Efficient, even.
Handy?
Efficient? Yeah, made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Garon administration are gonna get just what they deserve. Especially those rebel scum.
You can get away with that here?
Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in Crying, see? And being that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me king.
No. I'm pretty sure the queen is the boss around here.
Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with lesser majesty.
I can't get myself arrested now.
Listen up, lawyer. We got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act, so I don't want to hear any more lip about it. But I can't defend my client unless I speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Durkin's insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered.
What's that supposed to mean?
Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you.
'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. Say, White, you know what these are? No? What? Orders of execution. They really pile up if I start slacking off. What? And tomorrow I'll have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friend. And if you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Don't worry. Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. And I'll give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. I have returned, Barbed Head. Your benevolence. Are you done with the rite? Yes. It was performed flawlessly. Lady Beliep stayed behind to speak with Mother. I hope this will ease her sorrow, even if just a little. So, have you been speaking with my father? Yes, you could say that. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Crying as it stands today owes everything to the efforts of my mother and father. You should feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would never have spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. It seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Well, now that we're done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Oh, it's you, Nick. Maya, are you okay? Questioning wasn't too harsh, was it? No, I'm all right. How about you? Make any progress? Well, I haven't found any conclusive evidence that could prove your innocence, but I have a small lead. Really? But for right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest. Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do? Doesn't seem like it. I heard that! How rude. Of course I have many other things I could be doing. Well, you're very insistent on wanting to speak with the defense, but okay. It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel? A rebel? Why would you even think that? Because if he was, then the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. What? Uh-oh. Lady Rafa overheard me. What idiocy is this? Abbott and me a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was. All right. I was just raising the possibility. I will not listen to such tomfoolery. She stormed out. Oh well, nothing we can do about it. Do you recall the High Priest doing anything suspicious? Come to think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the ride. He kept glancing up at the sky, though I have no idea why. He was restless and kept looking up at the sky? That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else come to mind? Sorry, that's about it. Guess this is all I'm going to learn about the High Priest right now. Oh, but there's one more thing I should follow up on. I want to keep my spirit channeling ability secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll, explain later. With Princess Rafa gone, this might be my only chance. Maya, about what you said earlier. Why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits? Oh, that! You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here? I heard. It was kind of a shock at first, though. In Cryonism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I see. So spirit channeling is a symbol of power or authority, then, in that sense. I can see why it would look bad if nobody from another country were able to do it, too. Spirit channeling in the Cryon tradition was developed from a Karinist style that was brought to the US via Japan. But it seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Karinese. It may be a quirk due to how our styles diverged, but I don't really know. So if spirit channeling is a power possessed only by the Queens of Karain, and it's a power that somehow made its way down the line to Maya, I guess that makes Queen Garan and Princess Rayfa distant relatives of Maya's? Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. And that's my mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits. I see. I had no idea it was so complicated. Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master. And what is this qualification to become the master? To be able to channel spirits of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time. Yeah, and it was more like spirits possessed her, as opposing to her channeling them. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want? Yep. Well, at least, I think. You think? Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I'll have to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session. Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh? Yeah, but I know I can do it. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and other villagers down. Right. Maya's the next big hope of Korean Village. That's gotta be a lot of pressure. So, speaking of similarities, I've noticed another similarities between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminded me of the Steel Samurai. Oh, you must be the Plume Punisher, warrior of Neil Twilight Realm. So you've already seen the Plume Punisher. You really don't miss a beat. Actually, it was her benevolence who told me all about it. There's not a single person in Karainen who does not know of it. Oh, your benevolence. You're back. As a royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So, I have changed my mind. For in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my eyes, not even from your blasphemous furies. Her sense of duty is commendable, but I wouldn't mind if she backed off a little bit. Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show off to both of you. Show off? Maya sure seems excited all of a sudden. Yep! Ta-da! What's that? It's an ultra-rare plumed Punisher strap! There's only one of them in the whole world. And it was specially made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of the strap? Don't tell me. You're a plumed Punisher fan too, your benevolence? No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I have no interest in such things. Right. No, I'm telling the truth. Sure, let's just leave it at that. So, how'd you get your hands on that, Maya? I found a kindred spirit in a plumed Punisher fan here in Karain. It resulted in an exchange of cultures transcending national borders. And by cultural exchange, you mean you swapped TV show promo merchandise? You bet! I traded my Steel Samurai watch for the strap. It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme song when the alarm goes off. My newfound Cryonius friend was so happy, I got this one-of-a-kind strap in return. I guess that there are people that clap wherever you go, even in Karain. I guess there are people like that wherever. Watch this! When you press the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song. That sounds just like the Steel Samurai theme song. What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exotic tones throughout? Plus, the Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go daka-dun-dun-dun in the intro. And begrudgingly, the plumed Punisher strap has been added to the court record. Right. I guess my ears just aren't as good as yours. Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plumed Punisher versus Steel Samurai. I'm gonna go totally pitch it to some TV stations when I get back home. It's gonna be a huge hit. Right, Your Benevolence? I have no interest in such things. Well, if nothing else, talking about the Plumed Punisher has thankfully seemed to cheer up Maya a bit. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya? And leave tomorrow to me. Okay. Thanks, Nick. I think I've covered just about everything. Time to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned thus far. Alright. I was just going over my notes, making sure that I had everything. And I have one final thing to read off. After dutifully catching up on the case with Maya, Phoenix says his goodbyes to Maya and assures her that he'll handle everything tomorrow. From there, we officially move back to Temple. Temple is here. It's getting late. It won't be long till sundown. Mr. Wright, your benevolence! Are you done with your investigation for today? Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I learned so far. Care to join me? Yes! Please allow me to help! Okay. First, we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be Lady Kira, and it told him not to perform the rite. That's right! It was a rebel hunter, but what of it? That's what I'm not sure of yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery... Right. I could figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. It might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. How unfortunate for you, Barbed Head. Your only hope is pure speculation. That shall not stand up in the Hall of Justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime after all. Yeah. The warning letter alone can't prove who killed the High Priest. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act. Your benevolence! Well, it is true you do not forge or suppress any evidence. That is, perhaps, a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning on to do anything like that in the first place, Your Benevolence. But I am going to prove Maya's innocence, within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure you will? Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. What nonsense. You've chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headman's axe. Tomorrow, we'll be defending Maya in that so-called Hall of Justice again. That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different than those back home. Plus, I don't have a shred of conclusive evidence.
On the other hand, I've got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. I'll have to think of something. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all crying. I have to do this. I will do this. I'll prove my innocence if it's the last thing that I do. And with that, we are officially to be continued. And we are going to be starting trial day 1 when we come back. Right now, this is break number 2. Might be the last break, truth be told. Just gonna double check through my notes here, and looks like everything is pretty straightforward for my notes for this next part. Obviously, I gotta get the next part loaded in. And when we come back, we'll be starting the trial. Back in just a few minutes. Alright, we are back. Again, I do apologize as I'm kind of pausing these recordings as I'm recording this instead of streaming it tonight. Or just taking the full VOD. I was getting my notes ready while I came back a little bit early. And I want to go through this on camera / on the VOD for reference's sake. We have the insight for the divination seance, as well as 4 cross-examinations. Those that know this episode will know things are going to be kind of bleak and down in the dumps for everyone. But there is still a glimmer of hope because we are not ending things off tonight. Part 2 of all of this, everything that happens after the trial, is going to take place on Tuesday's stream. Next Wednesday, I will be back in Windcraft, hanging out as the hero of Wind. On Thursday, I'm not going to be here. And of course, there's no stream on Friday. So I'm going to have those 2 days off to prepare for Saturday, as well as next Tuesday and Thursday, which are the final 3 streams of the Apollo Justice Trilogy. I'm also going to be streaming on April 3rd, doing some more Windcraft on that server. As far as what I will be doing there specifically, I'm not all too sure. Hopefully I can get over to Nemract by the end of our 3rd adventure there, because I kind of want to hang out with you guys there for a little bit. But my plan is I do want to go back through and do those as well. Or do a couple of dungeons and whatnot, get all those ready to go, and prepare to make our way over to Deathless in Adventure 2, and then make our way over to Nemract in Adventure 3. Excuse me. But we're not talking about Windcraft, we're talking about Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, where Apollo has been absent from all of this. And yes, Apollo, like I mentioned, he has come face to face against Nayuda Sadmati, who is a prosecutor here. One mighty thing that I want to note is that Nayuda and Wright are just meeting for the first time here. We've met Nayuda Sadmati in the last stream of this, in stream 15. And Apollo apparently has known Nayuda for a long time. We met him alongside Athena during the last trial. This is our first encounter as Wright, but just like with Apollo, Nayuda will not seem really intimidated by us, and even intends to send us to hell, as he does with Apollo. With that said, and without any other delay, I go right back where we started, continue onwards into the next chapter. Also need to come back into screen. I forgot about that. Hi, I need to come back into the screen as well. So, I'm going to do that, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do this. We start May 11th, 9:40 a.m. High Court of Karain accused lobby. All right. Good luck, everyone. I'm going to take a quick step here. All right. I may have also added an idea of adding in, because Stream Elements likes to chime in on the dot with some announcements and whatnot. I might just make Stream Elements force me to drink every now and then, periodically. For those that don't know, there is a special command they can type in the chat here. And basically, it will ping me and just say, hey, your viewers have requested you to take a minute to drink up, you thirsty frost. This hydration was brought to you by yours truly, DMA. And that's how I do the hydrate. If you'd like to do that as well, by all means, hydrate me until I dehydrate, but, you know, we shall go right into this. I'm a little bit worried because I kind of know how this is going to turn out, but at the same time, I have to just, like, be prepared to try to swing things around as best as I can, even though I know how this is going to go already. Wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday, but if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe... Nick, today well... Don't look so down, Maya. I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court. Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say? Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Nick, I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the plumed Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm to the folks back home, right? Right! I may be a defendant this time, but I'll be by your side like always, Nick. Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Well, it's time. Let's go. We are recording May 11th, High Court of Karain. Let's do this. Court is now in session. All rise. And just a reminder that this judge and the judge back home are two completely different people and therefore should deserve the same, different voices. Let the trial of Maya Fey begin. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. Huh? Quiet. Can't you see Prosecutor Submuddy is absorbed in silent prayer? Great. Trial's barely started and this judge is already mad at me. He is a very devout for prosecutor. Why is the accused standing over there? Oh, well, Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant. The accused is your assistant, you say? Oh, very well, then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul. That wasn't very nice.
Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers here seems to be a custom of sorts here in Khura'in. I must say, I'm surprised to see you still here in Khura'in, Mr. Wright. And even more so that you find yourself in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you'd willingly risk your life in yet another trial. The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Such foolishness. Ah, Prosecutor Samari. Are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. Ha 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 ha! Splendid! I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Sadmari. Please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Sadmari. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stop these lad's rights. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo Justice has told me about you. So, it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him. Putrid what? He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead, so that he will not be lonely when he arrives. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous, Maya? A little. Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Don't worry. We haven't lost a case together yet. You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmari, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin the last rites of the victim. Mai Fei has been charged with a crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was a high priest, Terastami. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain. And the cause of death? Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the Warbot dagger, which was used in the rite. However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched. A sacred relic used as a tool of murder. The Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as High Priest of Khura'inism. During the rite, the victim and the accused were the only two at the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Mai Fei. I must say, this does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. And now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. In Khura'inism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Mai Fei's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling. There she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years. That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond? And here I thought the lowest level of hell was a hell of back pain. I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have a dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution.
But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the High Priest in the first place.
I thought you might say that. The meaningless prattle of lore. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence Padma Kurain's insights.
So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see. Here we go again. Bailiff, please join the royal priestess.
It's Princess Rite-Ful. Oh, how beautiful her benevolence looks again today. Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day.
As popular as ever, I see.
Rest assured, good people of Kurain, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. They shall not escape on their freedom expressed today.
What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back at the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Udi Hara Kurain! She sure looks pleased with herself, especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday.
Is there something stuck to my face, barbed head?
No, nothing, your benevolence. And now then, your benevolence, the divination seance, if you please.
Very well. Nina, my robe.
As much as I would like to go through all of a song and dance, skip! Because we saw that in the first episode, we can now skip through that cutscene every single time. So you see an image of Maya Fey and the abbot. Prays to the left lantern on the right. He looks back to Maya and pulls up a scroll to read from. You hear the wind, Lady Kira, incense footsteps, pain. The victim's Matama has spoken, and the divination seance is complete. Great. Another clearly incriminating seance vision. It could not be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira, and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light, the scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror Abbot and me must have felt.
The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable. But, that wasn't me! Do something, Nick! I'm working on it.
It couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle.
The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite.
Well, come to think of it, the Rite's Guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. The transformation rite, the high priest reads the scripture while the priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The rite of water, Lady Kira enters the spring and the high priest purifies her along with her dagger. Then the rite of fire, the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul.
Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object?
Of course, because I know my client is innocent.
So you say. You truly do not know when you are beaten, do you?
I managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again. If you intend to find fault with her benevolence's insights yet again, it would seem lawyers are Polkunkan creatures indeed. Look at that Polkunkan! 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 What exactly is a Polkunkan?
As someone who is a real piece of work, so to speak. They can call me anything that they want.
The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth.
So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. Denying them is willingly dig your own grave.
So, one quick thing. We have Rafa's insight. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra.
As the first part, the transformation rite, ended, he lowered the sutra. Then suddenly, as he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes, it was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe that this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed, until finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments.
The inner sanctum diagram has been updated in the court record to reflect the position of Maya and Abbot Imi. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing that she perpetrated could not have been any clearer.
Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me! Sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes.
You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight.
Oh, how'd you end up finding contradictions last time?
The deceased's final memories included all 5 senses.
Oh, you mean those words that appear in the pool of souls? It looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim.
Yeah, that's how it looked to me. That's how it looked to me too. The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I try to point out mistakes in Rafa's insights like last time.
So there could be contradictions about what Abbot felt in her insights, huh?
You got it. And I'm going to find them this time too. Should we remind you on how to point out contradictions in Rafa's insights? If you would like to, you may play through the dialogue, but I will go through it just like before. So remember how it works. The sensations this time seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Albie's trial. In which case, I better keep an eye on changes in their intensity too. Okay. Time to point out the sensations that contradict the insights.
The incense increased, but not the footsteps. Okay, so we're on the 5th panel. The victim supposedly heard the accused's approaching footsteps. But did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? No, it's not. Because there's something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, Barbed Head. The footsteps are strange because they're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of the incense grew stronger. Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, Your Benevolence? Well, there must be a reason. It is as they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. What does that even mean? He's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your Benevolence, perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's matama? Listen more carefully? What's he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with the matama. I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? By refining the sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. Oh, blessed Matama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Of course. The footsteps that we hear have changed into bells. Would that mean that Terastami was approaching Lady Kira in the vision? The footsteps changed into bells. What could this mean? Bells? But the only bells at the scene of the crime were... Ah, the jingling must have come from Abbot Amia's bells. You mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of the bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. Then that means... If the footsteps belonged to the victim himself, it must mean that it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running towards a broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what her benevolence insights would have us believe. But why would the victim have approached the accused? Well, maybe he was trying to defend himself. Please explain. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voices! This is nothing but a theory, but a poor one at that. But be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation. While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, Your Benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Salmani? Even if it was Abbot and me who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime.
What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach.
Ah!
And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It's as simple as that. Oh, right. Really doesn't change much, does it?
Yes, it is as the prosecutor has said. It is as I meant it to say all along as well.
Right. And that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it.
Understand now, lawyer? That contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun.
The third statement is updated to he rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern.
See? The fact that it was me who moved changes nothing.
Ugh! Come on, Phoenix. Gotta keep it cool. That contradiction I pointed out must mean something. One sensation changed after Princess Rite-Ful refined her vision. It stands to reason that something else may have changed too because of the refinement. We should focus on any sensations that have changed, while searching for more contradictions between them and her insights. And again, same sentence. We have the wind. Bells turn to water. Hello? The water sound comes immediately following the bells. Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be?
That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Abbott and me would have adhered to them.
Well, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain what it is so strange? Yes, I would like to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point.
What's this?
It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh? Yes, and the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies a contradiction.
What contradiction?
I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we know now that the victim then moved into the spring. Pokuka! That is absurd. This means that the accused's location differs from what her benevolence's insight indicates. Then where do you propose the accused stood once she donned Lady Kira's robes? Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya would have been standing here. Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abbott and me and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this rights guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then the positions would have been completely reversed. And the inner sanctum diagram has been updated once again in the court record. What is going on here, Miss Fey? Were you really standing in the spring?
I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite.
The High Priest would never make such an obvious blunder during a rite. What on earth? Is that even possible?
Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights.
It doesn't?
Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what?
So what? This completely reversed their positions is what?
That their positions differed from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime.
I guess you have a point there.
You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster.
Ugh!
Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about.
Where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now?
Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. The third statement has been updated once more. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the poolside lantern. This one statement has been influential. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it.
What do you say? What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright?
Nick?
Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but her benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yes, so it would seem.
Wait a second, but there is another contradiction.
Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here.
Sorry, I don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Rafa's insights.
That's right. We now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. So I should take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record, and then confirm where Maya and Abbott and me were standing, and then focus on finding any discrepancies between their positions and the insights. Your Benevolence, I found a new contradiction.
You did? No doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights.
Nope. Take a good look at what the victim saw. It might just change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering.
There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred.
No, that's where you're wrong. If the accused had been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue.
I fail to see your point.
My point is something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards, so neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place.
She seems pretty tickled, Nick.
I don't remember saying anything funny.
I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision to reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, blessed Matama, I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there.
Huh? That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it.
And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flames within the rite of fire. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering.
Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on. And that's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We could not risk them being extinguished, not even during an investigation.
That would never fly back home. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Matama.
Dag!
Nick!
Don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. All right. Let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in the spring. The high priest is thought to have been moving toward her. So I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this argument. I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. Busted. What could this possibly mean? The lantern clearly contradicts the inside, but this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Oh, a minute you shout out and the next you fall silent.
Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that not right, Prosecutor Samari?
Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you built so far, the only way to keep moving is forward, because that's where you'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with this indisputable contradiction I found.
Is that so?
The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight.
Does it now?
One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. And if you watch what Abbott and me saw in his final moments, you will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Fey is broken. But the lantern behind Lady Kira, in fact, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in the seance vision.
How could this be? Even if it's so, how would that contradict my insights?
Let me start by saying, the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell where the accused and the victim were truly standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here, to the actual spot where my Faye was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Honor, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, where Maya was really standing can only be right here. And you are sure it was there? Pass off game! Piss off game! I very clearly hit. It was a spot between the broken lantern and the bottom right lantern. I hit that spot. Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell the positions of the two, where the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here, to the actual spot where my Faye was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, this is where Maya should have been standing. Alright, fine. We'll put it a little bit more further back, in between the broken lantern and the bottom right lantern. Right there. Yes? This is getting kind of irritating, but you know what? When I get back to the spot, I'm going to hit save. It says, present the spot between the broken lantern and the bottom right lantern. Specifically. But I'm having some issues because the game is being an absolute dingus about this. And it wants to give me a penalty for it. So you know what? I'm going to keep doing this. Because I can. I'm not cutting this, by the way. In fact, I may just cut this out and make this my own thing. Blah, blah, blah. Because of this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. All right. Save right there. It's based on the location of the broken lantern. Where was Maya really standing? This is a spot where my instructions say to point. It's between the broken lantern and the bottom right lantern. I'm going to point down here, just for clarity's sake. Basically, if we F up... Oh, my hand slipped. Sorry, can we just try that one? Can we just say that one didn't count? Counting such baffling gaffes is my job, Mr. Wright. Well, it was worth a try. And that's why I saved when I did. So. What? It's getting frustrating. It says, present the spot between the broken lantern and the bottom right lantern. Maybe I'm pushing too far forward. Maybe I need to put, like, right here. Son of a... Hi. It's always the last thing that I think of. I'm keeping that in because... God damn. So the spot is supposed to be between the broken lantern and the bottom right lantern. Apparently that needs to be amended to say in front of those two. Anyway. Okay, tangent aside, let's get back into this. I wasn't thinking straight before, but it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means my Fae had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has now only become clear, reveals that Miss Fae was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to the custom. Does it not bring us back to the very beginning? No, this is where things take a different turn. And I mean that quite literally. The victim had to have been moving toward the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned towards the accused. What's this? Do you mean to say that the victim turned around during the rite? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? There was but a moment when the scripture the victim was holding was all that we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was, in fact, turning around at that moment. If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence's insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that? I don't need to explain anything, because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Sabmati. Her benevolence's insights don't make any sense, because they contain a huge error. Such insolence! What? A huge error, you say? Do explain. Gladly. The huge error is... I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime.
The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed.
This cannot be!
Oh, but it can, and it is. The inside stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is a real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead.
Puh.
Puh. Puh. Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime?
Have I misunderstood the voice of the Matama yet again? This cannot be!
Oof. Phew. That was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning. Behind the seance vision somehow. We should add those new facts to the court record. The inner sanctum diagram has now been updated in the court record. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer.
Yes, I shall place my trust in you.
Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sadmati? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. Yes, of course. Forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen. I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. But then again, he is an international prosecutor who solved tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh? Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct?
Yes, of course.
This third party must have really wanted to kill a high priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this. "3 days before the purification rite, the victim had received a warning letter from an unidentified individual." He did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter clearly said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled, and I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. And who do you suppose sent out that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace? I don't understand. I had heard that Lady Kira, that has been in the news of late, only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the high priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the high priest had secretly been a rebel? The high priest? He couldn't have possibly been a rebel. The high priest, a devout follower of Quranism, a rebel?
Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I, too, found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
The third party was a rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the high priest was a rebel. Your mockery of Karianism, no. Of the kingdom of Karian itself knows no bounds. Oops.
That shameless Polkunka lawyer! He's making a mockery of our religion! As a faithful Karianist, I take issue with these claims, and I am loath to admit them in today's proceedings.
I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Happened to me, he was a distinguished monk, and very well respected too, so, yeah.
Ugh, please don't let this turn into an international incident. But fear not, good people of Karian. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed with in his abdomen. How was it possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Fay? Someone else must have killed him.
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is, as yet, still in my hands.
Can you ever be so confident?
Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts.
An eyewitness? Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand.
It's him again.
Well now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I have ever laid hands on. Please state your name and occupation. That's so-and-so, whatchamacallit. Anonymous TBD, at least that's what they've been calling me. The TBD? As in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name?
And the witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac, and therefore I've named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
You're letting an amnesiac testify?
Have no fear. I have already questioned him at length. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he has witnessed is still very much intact.
Well, considering the dearth of information, any new information may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Emmis, please tell us what you saw.
We go up against an amnesiac for the first testimony. Anonymous. And yes, that is supposed to be a pun on the word anonymous. But trust me, we will figure out this man's identity soon enough.
That night I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the one next to the inner sanctum. I had crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. Woo-ha!
There's no way you saw Miss Fay stab the victim with a dagger.
I swear I don't know what he's talking about. Or don't remember at any rate.
Mount Pony Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum.
I must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster.
Mr. Amos, I was wondering,
What can I do for you?
the inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it?
A good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Amos? On the day of the rite, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day.
Nick, do we have the newspaper for that day?
Let's see. Let's have a look. It does say calm, clear skies, does it? See? I told you so. May 9th newspaper has been updated in the court record.
Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing.
Mr. Immis, I too have a question for you. Didn't you already question the witness?
Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot.
How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand?
Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip.
I thought as much.
Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case?
Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held?
Why don't you enlighten me, Enlightened One?
I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes. After your soul rides for centuries in the pits of hell, you shall be reborn as a witness sea urchin, with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be devoured by a sea otter.
That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case.
Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took. You are saying that the victim was killed when he had his back to the accused, is that correct?
Yes.
As such, the accused dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip.
What?
Thus, Mr. Amos's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain.
And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well.
This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water. Now they're back to haunt me.
Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
I think we know exactly which statement to present at this point. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him.
What?
You ain't judging me solely on my predacious beard, are you? Not at all, Mr. Amos. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony.
His testimony, you say?
Yes. Recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain.
Why, yes, I believe you're right.
The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen.
Mr. Immis, how have you been knowingly making false statements to this court?
Well, you got me.
The witness will lower his voice.
I didn't actually see the accused herself.
He didn't actually see the accused herself? What's that supposed to mean?
Let me set the record straight, I beg you.
And another amended testimony later.
I saw the shadowy silhouettes protected against the ritual curtain. The shadow figures were created by the light of the full moon on the clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused, reverse gripping that dagger.
Shadows? That's what you saw?
That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain.
In the future, Mr. Immis, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start.
Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Majesty. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory.
Though he saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony.
You've got to be kidding me. What are we going to do now, Nick?
All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual rite and what Mr. Immis says he saw.
Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more.
I have to get my ears to stop popping. So there's only 3 statements in this. I saw the shadowy silhouettes projected against the current ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. Moon is directly over the summit. How could it have cast any shadows? You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight? Sorry, but that's just not possible.
Well, what do you mean? How is it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible.
I think I'm going to need a Logicalese translation on that.
Luckily for you, I have the transcript right in front of me.
How is it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. It's impossible for it to not be totally possible.
Okay, yeah, I see where you're at, Mr. Wright.
Let's take another look at the Rite's Guide, shall we, Mr. Amos? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Amos was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony.
Oh, Holy Mother!
That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures from that curtain.
No, what?
Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw.
I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Amos claims to have seen.
But I did see those silhouettes, really.
But how could he, Nick? Maybe he was someplace where they were visible. Wait, don't tell me. Mr. Wright, or your Majesty, excuse me. If Mr. Amos really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new light to fact.
And that would be...
The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Amos really did see those shadows is... he wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder.
Oh? Then where do you propose the witness was?
Some place where he could have seen the shadowy figures, naturally. Wait, you mean... None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from.
And where might that be?
This is where Mr. Amos was at the time of the murder. Mr. Amos was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that.
But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused?
And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Sabmati would rather not touch right now.
Ah, you mean...
That's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he is a mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest.
Goody! What?
No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose a witness enter the sacred space?
Oh,
He must have, I haven't thought that far ahead.
the sanctum had sheer cliffs on three sides of it and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing in the faces of those cliffs.
His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Amos was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. Is that not right?
Right! I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No, sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen?
I'm starting to think I've been imagining things.
What? This is insane! I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness.
Peace, peace, I say.
It's impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Amos. I believe in you, Nick. Rah rah sis boom bah. Fine Phoenix right.
Just look at the accused.
Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? That was a lady? Whoops. Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know. She's got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty. I wasn't the bad guy before. I definitely am now. Now, Mr. Amos, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. Number 3. Witness's testimony. He wasn't at the inner sanctum, he says.
I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell ya.
That much I'm sure of, even with a fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary.
Oh, is it impossible? Is it impossible? Is it impossible? I dare say it is nigh but impossible for it to be possible.
Whoops, hang on. I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but... No, you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness?
Yeah, I'd like to see you explain how it got up there.
Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Christianism is the strictest religion ever. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 500 million years I've started with, that's 700 million years of torment.
Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take?
Well, it's a big deal to me. I can't keep saying that the witness is there at the inner sanctum if I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that? Alright. But there at the inner sanctum, I tell you, that much I'm sure of, even with a fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. I kind of want to read the dialogue that comes after this, because I think this comes with a very good hint. Mr. Amos wasn't at the inner sanctum, or more precisely, he couldn't get there.
I don't see a way out of this.
Yeah, these kinds of debates only get worse if you argue them the wrong way. I'll have to pry some conclusive testimony out of him, and then present some evidence.
Like when you're trying to catch frogs from a pond. Once you've got a grip on one, you better hold on tight.
Right, something like that.
That is a subtle hint that you need to be pressing.
So again, just like in the past games, it does give you some subtle hints if you need to press, and there is a specific statement that I do want to press indeed. I wonder if it was really impossible for you to get into the inner sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it. Well, couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us. I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention, climbing up from the cliff would have been impossible. Coming from a plaza would have been impossible. When you eliminate the impossible, all that remains, no matter how ridiculous it sounds, must be the truth. Maybe you fell from the sky. The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Amos could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear, and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Now that you've been backed into a corner, your delusions grow ever more delusional. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff, over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I couldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building at the top of the Sacred Mountain? That is Royal Penitentiary number 4. Oh, right. Princess Rafa mentioned something about a prison being up there. No, oh no. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter. But only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Mountain Range poster has been updated into the court record. Might I also add, defense, that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving had been found. Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not that capable of that. Ugh. Well, please add that to your testimony, Mr. Amos. Adds a statement. It's not like I can fly through the air either. So, here's the thing. If you present, or if you go with all three of those options, it adds the following two statements that could have been pressed as well. Had we decided to go with climbed up on the cliff, no one could climb up those cliffs. The rocks are all loose and crumbly. If we chose to come from the plaza gate is locked from the side facing the inner sanctum. Now, we could have pressed on upon those, but both of those don't really elicit any additional testimony. This statement, however, does. You wouldn't need to flap your arms if you had some gear. As I have already stated, nothing of the sort was found in or around the scene of the crime. I sure like to see some of that so-called gear you're talking about. I know, but was there really nothing like that in that inner sanctum? Well, if there was something that could have been used as a parachute, I should give the evidence another look. You continue to claim that the witness was at the inner sanctum. Yet said claim shall remain but a claim without any supporting evidence, Mr. Wright. Yes, I realize that, Your Majesty. If I can't find any inconsistencies, I guess I can always try to elicit some more testimony. Mr. Amos is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well now, finally come around, have you? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. Well, what on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute. Bulkunka. The people of Karain are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Amos? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Amos? This talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick! You were wrong after all. Thanks? Mr. Amos, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no hell! It's like this. Oh yeah! I was only at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly! And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me that you could fly that patchwork mess of material? I made it look like much, but it's as sturdy as she can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? No, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed. And it certainly warrants further explanation. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Bum, 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 bum. Blue. Okay. Hang on a second. I need to check something real quick. All right. Sorry, I wanted to check something out really quickly. Make sure that I have my notes prepared. This is basically it. Final cross-examination time, and it's all just dialogue from here. So, do be mindful of that. With that said, let us get into why Anonymous was at the inner sanctum, shall we? That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. But just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Oh, really? Did you end up there by accident? I doubt that. Mr. Immis, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped! I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod testimony, and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails, where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Sabmati off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. Just like before, we are pressing for more information, and I think we know exactly where we need to press as well. And even as I was enjoying a trek through the night sky, my homemade paraglider. But just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. Hold it! So you were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider. But what exactly was this accident you had? Good question. What was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was a wind. Not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind. Made me lose control. And the wind was strong enough to make you lose control? Yeah, got that right. Okay then. Please add that to your testimony. Gale force winds came out of nowhere, so I made an emergency landing at the sanctum. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. The warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, however, that we'll see a cold front move in overnight. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Amos. From one lie sprouts another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claimed gale force winds caused you to lose control. But this newspaper article has a weather report for the day of the murder. And it says that the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today.
Pa-pa-pa-pa-kuka! Why, I do believe it does say that.
From one night sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I kind of made that one up.
For real? Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause.
More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once.
Mr. Amos claimed that he was flying up in the inner sanctum in his paraglider. But it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind.
Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum. So, Mr. Amos, how did you get there, and from where?
Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By the process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have an answer to that question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Amos must have launched himself from here.
Hoo-ha! Are you insane? That's where you came from?
If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary Royal number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest.
What?
Mr. Amos, were you the third party at the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira?
Hey, prosecutor! Sir, help me out here!
You did it! You finally left him speechless!
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor Man!
Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did, in fact, descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. Huh? You didn't even put up a fight this time. That's awfully generous of him. But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. Oh, his true identity? I'm not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something.
It would seem I am the one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Just who is this man we've been calling Anonymous?
Good question. The witness's true identity is none other than... Hang on, I overshot it. Is this really him? Now, only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back?
Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case.
Really? Are you sure?
Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. The scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. Precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is none other than Datsarabal, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? The witness is an escaped prisoner? Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, he was under our noses the entire time. I didn't think anybody would see through my clever disguise. But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it, defense? Boy, do I hate this guy. Please recall the defense's own words. Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yeah, and what's your point? What of the witness's true identity? Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is Datsarabal, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. Oh no! He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. No! Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. Hey, you got me! I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's terrible. And when did you get your memory back? Oh, about the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. A big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yudi. Wait, they know each other? Your Majesty, this filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell. Oh, yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once. Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, eh, Yudi? But I haven't. And no dogs of the Garan regime are going to lay a finger on me. Hello? Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. Phew. So that's a rebel. Obviously a pun on that's a rebel. That's a rebel. The escaped prisoner escaped again. The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long.
An escaped prisoner who escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker.
He really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway? Well, I can't help but feel that the entire episode was an enormous waste of time.
Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe.
And what makes you say that, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Datsarebel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. That scrap of paper looks awfully familiar. These appear to be direct orders from Dirk.
From Dirk? The rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it.
Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before.
You have?
The scrap of paper Datsarebel dropped is a part of this.
And this is...
I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Aribal dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. It's almost a perfect match.
Oh my! And just what does it say, Mr. Wright?
I can't read Quranese.
Prosecutor Sadmati, if you please.
The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well, then. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape.
What? That is how he was to escape from prison?
So if I were to assume that Mr. Arrebel was the only one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Abbot and me tried to thwart his escape plan. Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous.
Huh?
But I didn't say anything! Did he just read in my mind? I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Datsarebel is not the High Priest's killer.
How can you be so sure?
If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. Datsarebel's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual.
What do you mean?
I'm speaking of Abbot Demi, of course. Had Datsarebel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is, therefore, unthinkable that Datsarebel was a High Priest's killer.
So then you were saying, the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it.
I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom.
But how could this be?
The High Priest? A rebel? There must be some kind of mistake! Let it go and move on. Accept the truth. It is the only way. And that goes double for you, Defense. Cease your futile battle now.
And why should I?
Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Datsarebel from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains. The accused Maya Fey. Hold it right there! Aren't you forgetting something important?
Something important? Please do explain, Defense.
We can't end this trial without looking into
The third party. I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Dat's a rebel, then who was it?
That matter has already been resolved.
It has?
What's he talking about? It's as if I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
But there was another Lady Kira there besides my Fae. We all saw her. What the? I can't do my pointer finger. Yeah.
It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm.
This hardly seems fair.
It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbot statue.
Precisely.
Besides the water itself, there's nothing but the Warbot statue.
Precisely. And the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision is a Warbot statue draped in her sacred robes.
No way!
The accused wanted a false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision before she came and stabbed the victim from behind. With a dagger in reverse grip.
But why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira?
To show it to the victim as he was being slain.
And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill?
It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself.
Come again?
Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise.
Are you saying?
I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use a seance vision to mislead us. This can't be happening. What a face you are making, defense. I am surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you are chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out from all the way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I've had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. It can't be.
This is an outrage. You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder?
No, I didn't do anything of the sort.
Maya.
Nick, it's not true. I didn't.
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the sacred hall.
Indeed. It would seem this trial is over.
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer. And, here's why. Now, what do I do? I've got nothing. It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. I thought for sure that the rebel was a killer. The person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sabmati's argument. Damn it! I can't lose now. Not like this! Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait! Please wait, I'm begging you. It is time to let it go and move on. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty. Your Majesty, please forgive the intrusion, but... What is the meaning of this? A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? A body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's the Warback dagger. Lady Kira's Warback dagger. Lady Kira! She has returned from the Twilight Realm once more! She has come to defeat the rebels! Peace! Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sabmati. Yes? This dagger, it bears the prints of Maya Fey on it. What? What? But, why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it. Yet it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sabmati? The trial has run its course, and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing. I was? You claimed that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something of that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sabmati, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused, Miss Maya Fey. What? Me? What? I realize how shocking it must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much to that point to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago. And the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. Why, the timing matches perfectly. But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite this house being locked up tight that night. And how does that prove anything? It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rite. Ah! Happened to me was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between trading sessions. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. No! Lady Kira's warning has been updated in the court record. If we assume that this accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest.
Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping Datsarebel escape after all.
Precisely. And that made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Faye, masquerading as Lady Kira.
If Miss Faye is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Faye, I hereby charge you with the second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. A murder charge on top of a guilty verdict?
But it seems the defense will live to see one more day.
Talk about hanging on by a thread. Come tomorrow. A far more terrible punishment awaits you.
I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is hereby adjourned.
And you know what else is hereby adjourned? This stream, as we officially have hit the end of day 1. It was my initial plan that I was going to continue at least a little bit into investigation day 2. However, with the late start and the fact that it is well over time, and we are now 4.5 hours into this recording, I'm going to end things off right here. And with that said, let's get back to the main menu. And with that, we end our adventure. On behalf of myself and everyone here at the Metrodome, I do want to thank you very much for watching. Obviously, the schedule is showing up on screen as well. We'll be live again next Tuesday, 3 to 9 p.m., Wednesday, 3 to 6 p.m., and then we won't be live the following Thursday, but we usually stream on Thursdays, 3 to 9 p.m. as well. And then Saturday, 3 to 9 p.m. for that as well. This has been my block. I've had a pleasure streaming this half of the Rite of Turnabout, and we will be getting that next part in, well, the next adventure. Until then, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm going to go on over and end the recording now, and we're going to go on over and raid some people. And all right, we're just going to quickly check here. Yeah. All right. Have my raid target. I should end the recording first. Thanks for watching, everyone watching, and we'll see you next time on DMA Live Replayed.